Good evening, everyone. You can hear me. To those watching and to those present, thanks for coming tonight to the July 30th work session of the Parks and Rec Advisory Board of the City of Milton. Tonight's quite a few items on the agenda, as well as dinner. So what I'd like to do before we jump into dinner, for the benefit of those that are watching, we'll kick the meeting off. We'll make a quick introduction, a little disclaimer I'm going to read, and then we will go get some food, and we can perhaps our city manager make a couple comments, and then we'll go into some our agenda items in order. I just want to remind everybody tonight that there are 3 items on the agenda, and at this meeting, this is not a meeting to vote by the Parks and Rec Board. We're actually reaching out to all of you to engage in a discussion of our 3 agenda items. If there's anybody here who's not a representative of their organization and wants to speak on an agenda item individually, they can certainly do so by filling out a comment card, turn it into Jim. Otherwise, I assume you're all, I know many of you, or I'm going to meet all of you tonight, assume that you're all representing your organizations and will get engaged in our conversation as we go through the agenda items. Before we break or turn to dinner, I'll start the introductions. We'll go around the room, and we'll pass the microphone around and make that work. So I'm Scott Stahusky, the chairman of the Parks and Rec Advisory Board.
Ron Hill, District 1.
Phil Cranmer, Parks and Rec Board.
Jason Albarisi, Parks and Rec Board.
Jim Craig, City Staff.
Tom McElveen, City Staff.
Brandon Allen with North Georgia Rec.
David Winzus with Eagle Sticks Girls Lacrosse.
Bill Rouse with Milton Boys Lacrosse.
Tim Bibler, Cambridge Youth Lacrosse.
Jason Pulowski, Cambridge Youth Lacrosse.
Tom Owens, Milton Steelers Football.
Kim Coleman, Halftime Sports, Youth Basketball Provider.
Steve Krokoff, City Manager.
Beth Wilson, the Milton Mustang Swim Team.
Stephanie Minot, Milton Mustang Swim Team.
Terry O'Brien, Milton Tennis Center.
Juan Salas, Hopewell Youth Baseball.
Thanks, everybody, for that. Let's take a quick break, grab a bite to eat, and then we'll engage in our agenda for this evening. Everybody enjoy their dinner? It was my second meal in City Hall today since Rotary had a meeting at noon, and this was much better than the Mexican we had. So, couple comments before we kick off in discussion. Jim's going to try and keep me on track as staff. We don't get a chance to do this meeting very often with our providers and with our board. And this meeting, its intent is to get input from all of you, our program providers, on critical issues affecting the future direction of Parks and Rec. Some of them are future direction as we get through the agenda. Some are very much in our face today. But you need to know what a wonderful opportunity the city's giving you, and where I'm going to encourage you to get very participative in this process. I go back when the city of Milton was formed 10 years ago. I had the job that Juan had as president of Hopewell, and there wasn't really a Parks and Rec board that was functional at the time. I was negotiating with staff a provider agreement one-on-one. I had two 27-page agreements. They were cumbersome and a burden, and everything was work. We've improved that process, I think, a lot. Jim's had a great role to play in that. The city's gotten very much more participative with all of you. And there are some, critical issues in our city as it relates to Parks and Rec, not the least of which is just resources, both in terms of physical facilities, as well as staff, and that we have to have conversations around what can we be with what we have. The city's adopted a mindset that we're going to operate with a budget that is not growing, or we're not taxing our citizens to buy every service we want, but defining what it is. And so today's conversation is to engage all of you in that, share your experience from your programs with us. I'm sure my colleagues and I will have some questions, some of the partners. If you've got questions about another program, happy to have that discussion. But the goal of today is to share some information so that we're smarter when we're done as a board, and that we will then take these topics and go into our formal board meeting and be making some recommendations for the council on each of these variety of topics. Is that a fair measure? So we'll go to the first discussion point for today's agenda, which is a discussion of field court pool capacity. And I know we have been talking a little bit about it leading up to this meeting. I know Jim had indicated that was coming. I know he gave some really great direction late last week. So I thought we would just kind of open it up for all of you as providers to share with us some of your perspectives around where is your program today, how do you see your maximum capacity in the fields that we have, and kind of just hear that a little bit about your growth and share that discussion. So I don't know if anybody's got a
Several years ago, before I was a member of the City of Milton staff, I, like Juan now and Scott in the past, I was a president of Hopewell Baseball. And there was one year, and you all remember do any of you remember the old Hopewell Baseball? Each field was very size specific. We crammed 803 kids into spring season one year on those four fields. We got it done, but it wasn't optimal. What we're trying to come up here is some very specific, realistic definitions of what is optimal over the fields, of use of fields, courts, and the pool for whatever your respective sport is. We understand full well that, optimal is the perfect world. We don't live in a perfect world. We may well find ourselves in situations where we are at less than optimal. We have capacity. We may find ourselves in situations where we are over optimal. We've subscribed more kids than we have capacity for. As program providers, I'm very proud of the fact that you guys all find a way to take care of every kid, but we all know that's not optimal. So the concept here is to be able to come up with real data, and that we track it, and then this is data we can give to council to help them in planning on decisions of expansion of various parks and recreation facilities. But if we just go to them and say, we need room, we're out of capacity, that falls on deaf ears. It's a data-driven world, and you're here to help us set the benchmarks to create that data. Is everybody cool with that? Any questions? Scott?
Again, I'm Beth Wilson with the Milton Mustangs. This was our first season using the city pool. Our goal this past year was 50 swimmers. A lot of kids had already joined other swim teams once we got the okay from the city. Our goal was 50. We ended up with 87 swimmers. So we got more than we really wanted, which was fantastic. For us, we used the pool for 3 hours, and at that rate, we could probably accommodate about 145 swimmers. If we were to increase that to 4 hours, so let's say 8 to 12, then we could accommodate about 192 swimmers. So currently we are 8 to 11, and with that, again, it'd be about 144. If we had 4 hours, again, that would be about 192.
That represents 8 swimmers per lane, 6 lanes, so 48 kids an hour is how we came up with that metric.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Might as well. Terry O'Brien from, it used to be Milton Country Club Tennis, but now it's Milton Tennis Center. And I've been there 23 years, long time. This is my 24th year. We'll be starting in October. So we're at capacity with teams, but there's always room for specialty teams. We only have 4 courts. So, obviously I'm allowed 16 players per hour or whatever the time that they come. So I have to stagger all the matches. And so like on Saturdays, the men play at 9, the girls play at 1, the boys play at 3. But it's hard for, just if you wanted to come hit on certain days, there's not much open, but it seemed to, over the years, just work out the plan where it kind of works. Like, this is your day to play. And my business ladies play on Sunday. I have, Thursday morning ELTA, which is, I'm sure you guys know about ELTA, which is the largest tennis league in the world, not just our country, but in the entire world of tennis players playing in an organized city league. Is that's where most of my people play. So I have, 35 to 40 teams, including ELTA and USTA, and that comes to about 120 people playing matches in different spots in our club during the week. And I also have, recreational play, but not as much as, people playing on the organized teams. It seems to, as of now, I have plenty of I have a staff, people helping me teach. I'm getting more people calling and, just being part of the city. They don't have to join a club. Just come play on a team. You pay a fee to be on the team, like a registration fee. But I'm getting a lot of calls, especially in the last couple of weeks with this upcoming season. So, hopefully we can grow. I'm not going to have Steve build me 2 courts in the next week or so, but, maybe there is room for growth in the future with the program and the city. The numbers are getting much bigger especially in the last month. But that's it for me. That's the problem, because if I have one team home, I have another team that's away that week. So then, but if I have 2 teams home, then you have to stagger, and then you get in trouble. So I'm allowed like 2 ladies teams at once, and that way, because if I have 3, if 2 are home at the same time, then they're playing not only starting at 9, they're not finishing till like 2:30, 3 o'clock, and they got to pick up their kids, and it's very difficult. So you're allowed to use 2 courts, for your team, but it's not optimal. But I actually do that with my juniors because they only play 4 matches. So I have like my girls play at 1 and at 2, and the boys play at 3 and 4. So I don't know if that makes any sense, but I'm allowed a certain cap for teams, but it's not optimal for 4 courts. I'll probably lose people. With boys and girls, I have to produce 2 courts for the match. Okay, so I have 2 each. I have 3 girls teams and 2 boys teams. So I'm going to have moments where I'll have people playing on 2 courts and they'll have to wait. But can I have 5 girls teams? No, I can have 4 is my max. And same with the adults. I can have 4 ladies teams in the same day, but then they would just be playing on 2 courts on 5 matches. So depends how you play. If you're if you're like me, you like to try and end it kind of quickly, then it's maybe an hour and 20 minutes. But some of them play 2.5, 3 hours. And in fact, a lot of the lower level players seem to take longer. I don't know if that makes sense. They're talking about that now with the delays with the tennis and the pros. They're in between points and delays, and so they're trying to speed it up a little bit. Yeah, shot clock on pitchers in baseball, same. So I don't know. It would help. But the ladies take, if they're playing Thursday, they're going to get their money's worth. They take their time. They're going to take their breaks, and I don't blame them. It's hot, so. Okay.
Share with me some baseball stories.
Okay, so Jim sent a good analysis for Hopewell Baseball on his. Obviously, he and Scott have both done this before, so they know this pretty well. I think the suboptimal is somewhere around 450 players, or the optimal. The suboptimal, which is our current quota, is around 600 players. So in the spring, last year we're at 546 players. So the 2019 projected, so we did a growth analysis and we're doing some projections, is 664 players. So that's kind of how the field breaks out. So if you were thinking you put 150 players per field, that gives you 600 players effectively on 4 fields. Obviously 664, you're exceeding that by about 6 teams, give or take. Season. That would be spring season. So fall seasons tend to be a little bit smaller. So total participation target for the fall is 461 players. So that's a combination of advanced teams and recreation teams. So if we don't recruit as many advanced teams in the fall, we may have less total numbers in the advanced program. Advanced teams practice later, which is obviously not ideal, but that's the space we have. So our advanced teams will practice till 9:30 at night right now. So the projection for the fall is, or for the spring, is 664. And for the fall for rec was 318, total 461. 318 rec, 461 total. And so that depends on a lot of factors for us because we're trying to, like I said, extrapolate advanced teams, understanding what fields are available. If fields aren't available, then we're not going to have teams because we don't have anywhere to put them. So those are other factors that you're already aware of. But yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good optimal number. You get up to suboptimal, you can go up to 600. I think 600. Once you hit 600, the experience becomes, because it really starts to degrade the experience for the players and the families. Because you're really not. Baseball is a game. If you don't practice, you're not going to be very good at it. So if you don't give the families enough time to practice, which is what happens when you get over 600 players, then the kids aren't going to get much better and they're not going to have a lot of fun. So it doesn't become an optimized experience. So that the numbers for us is all about giving the players enough field time so that they can learn the game and be good enough players to actually play the game. So yeah, so the season starts out, the first third of the season is one practice on a weekday, one practice on Saturday. Then you go to one game on a Saturday, one practice weekday. Then you go to 2 games, one weekday game, one Saturday game.
So
and then
2 sessions a week.
2 events a week, yeah. So I know a lot of it sounds like from talking to everybody else that most of the other programs have more than 2 events per week. So we're limited at 2 events per week. If we try, there's no way for us to do 3 events per week with the space we have. So that's not even factored in this calculation. So I believe every other program here has 3 events per week. I know lacrosse does. I know football does. So baseball, there's just no way. If we try to do 3 events per week, there's just no way. We'd need twice as many fields. So yeah. Right. Yes. Right. So if you look at, so for us in the spring as an example, so we started games at 8:30 or 9 a.m. and we were finishing at 8:30 or 9 p.m. on Saturdays. And that was on our 3 main fields. Field 3, I think we were finishing at like 5 or 6. That's the bigger field. On the rec field, so what started happening for us in the spring, the first time this has happened since I've been there, is the rec program actually started to displace our advanced program. So we lost several advanced teams this year because last spring the rec team started to displace advanced teams, meaning the rec games were running longer and the advanced teams couldn't practice, meaning rec games were running till 9:30 at night on a weeknight. So our rec teams are supposed to practice till 9:30. So they were showing up at 7:30 for their 7:30 to 9:30 practice. Then rec games were running till, it was supposed to end at 8:30. They were ending at 9 o'clock, 9:15. So now you're an advanced player or on an advanced team. And we have cages, so they use the cages, and at some point they leave, probably an hour into their practice when they realize I'm not going to get on the field. So that's something that again, that goes back to what field space is available. So how many teams can we realistically put on the fields? It's not. So having additional space, we can put people wherever we have space. So if we have baseball, the unique thing about baseball is it can't just be played on any random field, especially as the kids get bigger. Smaller kids is a little different. So we can't just put them on any random field, but if we had a baseball field that's adequately sized, we can move players around to those fields. So, and we welcome that. We're taking I think the ideal number is like probably 120 to 125 would be like perfect. When you start getting up into, I think 600, we did a lot of work. So I have a spreadsheet in front of me, but we did a lot of work on looking at how many kids per team. The other thing that's really detrimental is how many kids are on the team. So games are short. We had a season where we had 13, 14 kids on the team. The attrition rate was massive. Meaning it was like 60% fallout because there's just too many kids on the team. So you don't have enough. If you have an hour game, you're a 5-year-old. That means maybe your player got 1 inning in the field. They got 1 at bat in a whole game. Sometimes we were getting scenarios where a player didn't even get to hit in a game. So those are the other things you got to think about. You got to keep the team size where it's reasonable so that all the players get to at least play during each game that they have. And like I said, we're already running from sun up to sundown on those and past that on weekends for the fields that we have for the younger kids. So we could move games, we can move practices, we could do all that if we had a baseball field, additional baseball fields, in places that are accessible and usable. And lighted in the right season, yeah. Yeah, no problem. I think right. And so thinking about it in the spring, so you're looking at like a 45 minutes to an hour field time per team. So if you look at that, I would say that if you add another field, you could actually hit an optimal time for what we're saying is a suboptimal number now, which would be 600 players, meaning they're all going to get adequate field time. And teams can be correctly sized. So that's the other thing. That once we go over 600, the reason I use 600 as a number is because you can't add any more teams, because then the field time goes down to a number where it's just like you might as well not even play. So then you're going to try to add more players to the existing teams, and then the experience becomes one where it's going to be a high attrition. It's just not a good experience for the families. So that's not fair to the families that do play. You're almost better off putting a cap and saying let's have an optimal experience for the families that sign up early to play. Yeah, to this point, we found a way, and I think we'll continue to find a way. And we're committed to finding whatever space we can find. So even on our own outside of the city, if we need space to accommodate the kids, we're going to figure out how to get the money and get the space the best we can. So we don't want to turn any kids away if they want to play. So.
Great. Comments? No, I'm going to pass it around. Any other comments? Thanks, Juan. Let's go and talk about football.
All right, so our field space, we have one field at Bell. Optimal field space for us, we think, is about 100 kids. With how we have the teams spaced out right now, we have kind of one team starting, and then every half an hour another team starts. So it gives us about 20 to 25 yards per team without a bunch of collisions. And we think that's about optimal for our tackle program, and then we can fit about the same in the flag program. Tackle is 2 to 3 days a week, so we have a little bit more than baseball, it sounds like, and then game usually on Saturdays. Flag is usually 2 days a week, and then game on Saturdays. One of our limiting things on, I saw one of the notes is could you go onto other fields? I think that's possible. One of the things that we're limited by, I think, certainly in the tackle program, is trying to get good kids and good coaches together. And so we find a lot of times, with football, as I'm sure you find out with the rest of the sports, we have some really good coaches that come from really good backgrounds, and then we have just dads. And so we try not to, we try to keep them all together and kind of learn from each other. That's kind of one. The equipment's the other. And then, we have a fair amount of football-specific equipment at Bell right now with tackle breakers and dummies and donuts and some other things that we're doing. So we feel like 100, and that's about where we are right now with the tackle program. We feel 100 is probably the right number. Flag, I think we're going to end up coming up a little bit short of 100. So if we were to burst anywhere, it'd probably be in our flag program. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. We did 1 year for flag. We used a space behind Birmingham, behind the elementary school. I think it goes back to my comment where, part of the way that we train football is, a lot of people say this is about more than just about playing football. And we find that by keeping the kids and the coaches together, the coaches that know what they're doing with the coaches that are still learning what they're doing, keeping everybody on one field, that there's a lot of benefit. There's a lot of benefit to that. A little bit easier to split up in flag than in tackle because, again, tackle has a lot more kind of equipment that comes with it. Teams. So yeah, we start the smaller kids out earlier, just because they get out of school earlier. So we start them out earlier. They are rolling off the same time the bigger kids are coming on. So today we usually split it up by 20s. So each team kind of, that 16 to 18 kids plus coaches, they each get a 20. And then to the extent that we do have the ability to overlap for special teams, sometimes when one team rolls off, we'll try to carve out a little bit more space. We start out at 6, and we're up to 13, so kind of that age range. Every year we add in, I think Tim likes his kids, so every year we seem to add a new age group. So I'll bet if I'm back here next year, I'll say that we have a 14-year-old team. I mean, as long as you have kind of all the lacrosse nets pushed to the corner, as long as you have our tackle breakers and stuff pushed out. Questions? Yeah. Yep. Yep. Typically not on Sundays, other than sometimes the kids will go out and practice with parents or coaches, but it's certainly not structured on Sundays. No, so on Saturdays, last year we had a unique situation with one of the organizations where every game was at home. And certainly we welcome those situations when we can get them. But for the most part, our teams are half here, half away, just like a normal program. And that's tackle and flag. Yeah, so last year for the first year, we've gone to turkey bowls in the past and kind of football bowls around kind of the holiday season, and they've always been a disaster for us. We've traveled down to Orlando a couple times, and so we held one last year that was a success, and I think we're going to try to do it again this year. There it was. It was booked both days, morning to night. Huge success for us, not only just within the kind of the community of football, but also financially. We, entrance fees, etc. Yeah, most of our teams are going to be in Pop Warner this year. We have one team that's going to be with North Metro. They didn't have the size of kids we have.
All right, so for lacrosse, we were focusing on practice optimal utilization. So what we looked at is we said optimally at one time on one rectangle, you have 35 players. So what that breaks down to is for U11 and older, that would be 2 teams at one time. So if you take about 17 or 18 kids per team, that works out to about a total of 35 players on one rectangular field at one time. For U9, typically those teams are somewhere around the 11 or 12 kids, but they don't need the whole field, so they go the widthwise. So there again, you could fit 3 of those teams widthwise, and again, 3 times 11 or 12, you end up at about 35. So at any one time, 35 kids on a rectangle is optimal. Practice times per night, optimally you have 2, so 5:30 to 7 and 7 to 8:30. So basically what that works out to is 35 in the first session, 35 in the second session, so 70 kids per night per field would be the optimal situation. You'd have the optimal situation is they both have half the field to work from. There's a lot of reasons for that. Just like football, just like basketball, we have a lot of skills things we do, which are small sessions, which can take a part of the field. But you also work your way up to more team scenarios and things that require at least half. I mean, ultimately, you're going to get to the full, but half is sufficient to do a lot of things. And usually what we end up doing is then pairing teams that could possibly work together to use the whole field at some point. But you have the ability to do the small drills all the way up to the half field drills. So, and again, full field would be ideal, but we realistically understand that's not feasible. So that's the optimal situation. Realistically, what we've ended up with, that's 4 teams per night, and Brandon knows this, we've ended up with 7 to 8 teams per night. So, I mean, we're nowhere near optimal in reality, but what I just described would be the optimal situation. Yeah. IGA. that can help. Yeah, and we've so I've been with the program a while and started off where we had the elementary school, so it can work. Now what happens there is realistically in the seasons where there's a lot of rain, you end up losing a lot of practice days because historically they become mud and the rain you can't play. Whereas with Bell, you can play in the rain and all that. So it's good. It helps increase capacity. Realistically, it means more rainouts, but it's better than nothing, definitely. One game a weekend or maybe two, depending on the weekend. Be on our own, so it happens. Yeah. We range from 120 kids in the fall to 220 in the spring. Give or take, but that's about the range. Spring is our bigger season, but so fall is about half of that.
Rouse with Milton Boys Feeder Lacrosse, and to your point earlier, I was with Hopewell Baseball a few minutes ago too, so I feel like I can speak on behalf of a lot of different things. I concur with everything that the guys from Cambridge had to say. Jim, you talked about optimal. Scott, you talked about it before. You want 12 kids per team. Lacrosse, you want 17. What ends up happening is you get 20, and then do you cap it at 20, or is the one boy or the one girl? In David's case, it's 21. But you're looking for 17 players per team, and of course, Jim, you know this. We don't turn anybody away. So from a lacrosse perspective, the younger age groups, we've had 3 to 4 teams per field. The younger age groups going up to U11, you can get 3 teams on a field before the balls start flying around and it becomes dangerous. As you get to the older boys, when you get to U13, it really becomes, you want that half a field just for specific things that you need to do. And as far as the IGA fields, Jim, we did that before Bell existed. There's pluses and minuses. Sometimes, the rain, the mud, the playing conditions, excuse me, but also the loss of equipment. There's probably 5,000 lacrosse balls in the woods at Hopewell Middle School. It's just the netting's not there. So to really be at Bell is optimal. But from a Milton boys perspective, we're a little bit smaller than Cambridge. This fall we'll have 4 to 5 teams. In the spring we'll have 6 to 8. So we don't quite have the numbers that they do. Maybe some of the growth that baseball has now that Bell Park is so fancy is taking some of the lacrosse players away. But a little smaller than Cambridge. But a perspective of last year, I was in a unique position where I coached both boys and girls. And there's no reason where those boys and girls can't be on the field at the same time together. But like the guys from Cambridge said, 2 to 3 teams per field. Any more than 3, it starts to get dangerous. And lighting is a must. If the IGA fields are in place, lighting is a must.
I'm David Winsness. Eagle Sticks lacrosse program is the rec program for girls. So it's a combination of Cambridge and Milton girls that play in the rec program. We've got about, we started 10 years ago with one team, and now we're about 17 teams or so. We seem to have plateaued maybe 4 years ago, though, about 225 girls. We kind of got to 225 girls and seem to have plateaued, and I think it's more of a population issue than anything. I think, our growth will be as more houses come on. When you compare us to other programs around, we'll combined with Cambridge, we've got 7 or 8 U9, U11 teams. So that's about, on average, 4 per program. I think most other programs, Alpharetta or whatnot, are lucky to have 1. So, we've got a high density or high percentage of girls. I don't know how much more we can get than that without population growth. We're extremely happy with the fields that we have. Boys and girls struggled for many years, so we have great problems. We don't have problems like baseball, but we've got great problems. We've got great fields. We work together with the boys programs, and one thing that we noticed, we played on all the IGA fields early on, is the boys destroy the fields. The boys are heavier and bigger cleats, and they'll play no matter what the weather conditions are, and they can just shred a field. And girls, are lighter, and they don't wear the 1-inch cleats, and they take care of a field. And the other difference too is the pocket's different for a girl stick. It's a lot harder to catch and throw with a girl stick. It's a very shallow stick, so they're not throwing as hard because you can't throw as hard. And you give a boy one of those sticks, and it's a disaster. They can't use it. The deep pocket on boys, you can throw 100 miles an hour, where it's really difficult to get to 50 with a girl stick. So some of the issues when you're practicing by a boys team is, boys throwing the ball, even the young kids are 70, 80 miles an hour. Girls don't wear helmets. They don't wear pads. They don't wear chest protectors. Even boys have a heart protector in their pads. So, girls don't have any of that. So sometimes if you start practicing next to a girl team, you're going to have safety issues with a fast-coming ball and no head protection. So we like to stay separate. The other thing, without the pads, girls, when they go down, it's the grass. That's their padding, is the grass. So we don't like to play on a torn-up field. Boys got pads, helmets, gloves, elbow pads. When they go down, they got a better chance of being okay, even if they go down on a hard surface. So we really focus a lot of attention on field condition. Early on, too, we only have 2 turf rectangular fields. We talked about it as a group. The boys need to be on those fields. They tear it up. The grass will not last a season. They'll tear it up. And, the girls, we're okay with the grass fields as long as there's good grass on the field. If we put boys out on the same field, they can literally tear it up in a week. And then we got a safety issue for girls. So the girls program typically uses Northwestern and Birmingham Elementary for their programs. In the spring, some of the girls' teams from Cambridge practice on Bell Park. That's in the spring because we don't have football to share with. We got a little more field space in the spring, and that's fine. So in the fall, we use Birmingham and Northwestern, and in the spring, it's mostly Northwestern and a little bit of Bell. We put, just a few of the spaces at Bell. But, we're very happy with our field space. We can go to a lot higher density of girls on a field because we're throwing slower. We love high density because it's more of a social thing. When you get the younger teams, the U11s, the U9s, we go sideways. So we'll separate Northwestern, the 100-yard field, to 3, sometimes 4 width-wise fields, and we could put at least 1 and sometimes 2 on each of those. So we can max density is 8 teams out there, and we like it because all the families come out, coaches. If you're short a coach, you got 4 or 6 other teams out there. You can grab a coach. Good scrimmage. It's more, it's just a great social event. Everybody wants to come. Try to keep the age groups together so you don't have somebody saying, hey, I want to be on, Scott's team for transportation. We need to be on the same team. Well, they all practice in the same age group on the same nights. So you don't need to be on Scott's team. You still, it's just the weekends where you're going to be going a different time. So, we can go to a higher density. I don't know how much more we could take than 225. We might be able to go up to, 250 or so. And we're starting to choke up the parking lot transition. Lighting is a little bit of an issue. In the late fall, when we lose daylight, we don't have lights on any of those fields. But by the late fall, the girls are tired of practice anyway. So they're usually ready to go. It's good, we're just tuning up, so we don't need as long. Spring, it only hurts us, the first month, February. They don't like being out there in February either. So, we get to the daylight. So it's a little bit of a cramp up front, but it's not terrible. Lights would help, but it's, I don't think we're going to grow that many in numbers. I think we're we're way above everybody else without population. So if we have a big a lot more houses go in, we'll need, we'll have to look at more space then. But, right now I think we're pretty good with space. Yeah, our numbers are a lot different than baseball. We can go on a team. There's, 12 girls on the field? 12 girls on the field, so 15 is a good number for subs for a low end, but we can go 22. Where you go go to 13, you got problems. We can go, you have a huge range, what makes it really nice. Anything over 15, we're fine. We go to 44, that's 30's 2 teams, 44's 2 teams, 45's 3 teams. So we've got a lot more flexibility in picking teams and making sure everybody gets to play. It's very easy for girls. We're really happy with what we have. Fall, we're spoiled. We're playing 2 seasons, spring and fall. So it's a spring sport. We're not as focused in the fall. We're much more casual. A lot of times we'll tell girls, it can be your second sport. You can show up for games. It's not going to hurt you.
Tim hear you say that.
Well, that's how he gets a lot of people to come out. So, we just want them out there to try it, and, we'll be very flexible. And that's why we have a good count, is we're not so strict saying you miss a practice, you're not going to play. In the fall, it's cheerlead can be your number one thing, and make a practice when you can.
We had a lot of swimmers, too.
Swimmers?
Yeah, we had a lot.
Yeah. So we've done things. We've invested in the fields too, like Northwestern. We put about $75,000 at one chunk to upgrade the softball field to make it multifunctional. We've been doing a lot of little tranches here and there. There's a little area by the tennis court. We probably have maybe $10,000 or $15,000 in that little area. That's great for our little, U9. We even do a pre-K program. Sometimes it's a little difficult, but we don't use balls. We use little stuffed animals that they pick up with a stick. So, we make investments. We try to keep doing things to the field to keep it nice. But we're happy to be kind of secluded a little bit, so we don't have to battle with all the other programs. They're throwing the ball harder, and they actually need more space. So we're happy. No, we don't. We're probably one of the top 20 programs in the country. Nationally recognized. Most of our girls, I tell you what, any girl from Cambridge or Milton wants to play college lacrosse, they're going to get on a team. We have a ton of Division I girls. We have a lot of scholarships. We do a little bit of tournaments. To do big tournaments, you need 16 fields altogether at one location. Because the national tournaments, all your college coaches come to scout, they don't want to travel. So there's only a couple fields in the country where you do it. A lot of them are like in the Virginia, Richmond area. Yeah. So, we're fortunate. Cambridge is the top, finished Final Four every year. Milton finishes Final Four in the state every year. So, we have a high talent, so we're able to pool girls together and be very competitive when we go, if the girls want to go compete and be looked at in front of colleges.
So I'm with North Georgia Rec, Newtown Rec, and obviously on the North Georgia side, we work with both Cambridge and Milton on the boys' side, and then from a Newtown, it's kind of overall umbrella, and Eagle Sticks plays with our spring and fall league, so we're kind of more of like a management and field setup and scheduling and referees. And the guys talked about optimal, and we haven't been at optimal. We've been maximizing the field space where we put 4 to 6 younger teams out there at a time, and 3 fourth and fifth grade teams, I think you said this last spring, and it's tough, but we do it. And we also, they talked about having two slots per night, and we kind of stretched out to 3 slots per night, a 4 to 5:30, a 5:30 to 7, and a 7 to 8:30. So we try to maximize the field as much as we can. And what Dave also said is they use Northwestern and what was the other one? Birmingham Falls. But we try to put all the girls' games at Bell Memorial Park as well. So if we can play all our games on the turf fields, it reduces the chance of rainouts and keeps everything at one central location with bathrooms and concession stand and everything like that. But pretty much what they said kind of covers everything as far as optimal teams per field. Yeah, absolutely. We try to get in 8 to 10 games. We build in a couple rainout games, so they will always have a game on Saturday plus an occasional Sunday game as well. We start games at 12 o'clock on Sunday and play till 7, 8 o'clock at night. Saturdays are kind of 8 to 8 as well as game times go. So there's not a time on the weekend where we're not packing the fields out with games. In the spring, we try to give one field dedicated to girls and one field for boys in the spring. In the fall, late, yeah. It depends, but typically we're going 12:30 game time to a 8 o'clock finish time, and we adding clinics on Sundays.
Now we'll move to basketball.
Kim Coleman, Halftime Sports, youth basketball provider. Last season, we used 5 gymnasiums, pretty much at capacity. This year, thanks to Jim and Tom, we've added a 6th gym, being Summit Hill. Our biggest challenge, besides capacity, is actually we have to make sure we have a staff member at the facilities to make sure the gyms are open. Sometimes custodians get a little busy throughout the day and forget we're coming in. So we have to sneak in. No, we don't sneak in. We go around the front. But our program has grown each year from just 100 kids to we're projecting 450 kids this year. We're adding a division
this year. We do boys and girls right now, K through ninth grade. This coming season, we're going to add a high school division, something we haven't done in the past. And it's basically through just our parents requesting that we have a high school division. So we do everything we can to accommodate our parents. We normally, and another challenge we have is school activities that go on, debate programs, in-school basketball programs. If it rains, some of the sports come inside the gymnasium. Or they have, like at Northwestern, they'll have the Suzical play that goes on from beginning of school through December. So it really limits our time getting into Northwestern. We normally have 2 teams, about 16 to 20 kids per court. Hopewell, because they do have side courts, we use every basket that's in there. So we use 4 baskets there with about 10 kids on each court. It gets a little cumbersome. The coaches don't like it. It's they don't get a chance to go full court, or sometimes they'll try to scrimmage with each other. But again, I think with our growth, and I think one of the coaches over here said it, people moving to this area, we're going to continue to grow. Not patting ourselves on the back, but we do a pretty good job in facilitating the parents and the kids, making sure they have a lot of fun. So we just, I know we're not here to talk about what we need as far as space, but we do need more space. And again, we're maxing out because a lot of our coaches do like to have more than one practice, and we have to limit them to one. If we can sneak in, or if somebody cancels, we'll get in some more time. We have a relationship with Milton High School and Gary Silvestri, so sometimes we'll send teams over there to practice. So it's kind of a necessity for us. So, any questions? No. On a court. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. And if they're the same age, if they're the same age group, they'll usually practice for the first 30 minutes, working on their sets and their plays, and then they'll scrimmage each other, unless they're playing each other that weekend. Then it's pretty closed doors. Well, we split the courts on the elementary schools. They're smaller courts, so we send the younger kids over there, K through 4th grade, sometimes 5th grade there, just because the size and the dimensions of the courts are smaller. Bigger kids they don't like practicing on those courts. They don't get much out of it either. Yes. Mm-hmm. You start going above 10 kids, then it reduces the playing time. We have rules that each kid must play equal amount of time, and we have to stay on the coaches about that because our coaches do, like all of us, want to win. But yeah, we try to keep it at 8 to 10. It's combined, yes. Yes, but we find that we have very few girls after 5th grade that play. The girls that do play are really, really good and are usually better players in that age group. We had one young lady who scored 17 points in the championship game. That's, most of the younger girls are K through 3rd grade. No, they don't have enough goals, and it wouldn't, as far as dimensions, it wouldn't work. Hopewell would be the only gym that there's a possibility of doing that. But once you split the courts up, there's not much room for benches or for clocks, table clocks. Well, one right now, and
One. How about I forgot to ask. How about swim team? Are they doing one practice during the week? I know it during school season, not in the.
We have 2 weeks.
Right. Gotcha. Yeah. Lucky you. Yep. Great.
What time does swim practice for school? Do y'all know?
We're hopeful we can get some access on Sundays. Open up that.
This has been a, speaking for myself, I'm sure the rest of my colleagues, Jim, been very educational. So thanks first, this first item, for the download of information you've shared with us. It's clear to me, listening as a former program leader and in this role now, that we are stretching, and in every sport, in every facility, almost the most number of people we can put in it. So it's kudos to you, all of you, find a way to continue to take kids in, residents of the city of Milton, and support them in their recreational endeavors. So for that, a big thank you from myself and our board. The next item on our agenda, and this was the first one was long. The next two shouldn't quite go nearly as long. The next item is to discuss the city commission structure. So all of you have a signed agreement with us. As you know, the existing agreement has essentially a user fee that your program participants pay or you pay on their behalf to the city as a fixed percentage of your registration cost. So we're all clear on that, right? So while that's easy, that it's fixed percentage for the city, one of the challenges is y'all have different registration fees based on your equipment, based on a variety of things that go into the way you operate your program and your program costs. So the city has been asking ourselves internally, like, what could we do differently to try and even out the balance for participants so that if one sport has a higher fee than another, that there isn't sort of an unfair tax, if you will, for that program participant. I could throw out a couple ideas that we've talked around ourselves, and I'd be interested to kind of get some just short discussion around reaction. So one way is to attempt to put some value on the field that you use, whether that's a swimming pool, a tennis court, a baseball field, or a rectangle field, and that we would try and come up with some sort of value for the field, number of participants in a program using that field, and your user fee would be related to costs of that field. Because certainly the swimming pool has different costs than a all sport utility field, a rectangle field versus a baseball field. So that's one idea to think about, maybe on one end of this continuum. The other is perhaps to just go to a flat, fixed dollar amount per participant in any program in the city of Milton. Right, so there's probably pros and cons to each of those. So I'd like to just open it up for the distinguished city manager to speak up a little bit about his thoughts on this issue of city commission.
We're all on the same page. You understand. I was the first. My thought process was the first side of that. But it's not that I'm looking to defray the costs of the actual operation. What I'm looking to do is peg it to some usage, but a nominal amount to cover, just to cover some basic costs. We could never make up the costs of our fields or our pools or anything like that through our programs. So I just want to make sure we understand. It's not going to, you're the only one who uses. There's no way that the swim team plus the memberships could defray the costs of that pool, and I wouldn't expect anybody else to defray the costs through their program of the cost of those fields. All I'm looking for is to peg the amount of usage so we could get the most efficient use of our space and maximize, certainly not get it into a situation where it's unsafe, but maximize its usage. So we're making sure we're being as effective and as efficient as possible. But I'm only talking nominal values. And when we're talking about the difference between a program provider or a non-competing outside person renting, it would be at two very different rates. The rate that a program provider would be X percent, and when I say X, I mean low percent of what someone coming in, off the street just looking to rent one of our facilities. I just felt I needed to add that caveat because I would have panicked and ran out of the room if I thought it was the other way.
If somebody came in to rent a field off the street, wanted to use it, it was $100 an hour if it's available. The idea would, if I follow you right, Steve, the idea would be like a city partner program provider would have some fee as a percentage of that, right? So it might be that your rate is $25 an hour as a program provider, and that we would somehow come up with a participant fee based off whatever that field cost might be. So, fire away.
So I think
I'll put Tom to work now.
So when we talked about this a bit in preparation for the meeting, I think we were aligning with your first suggestion, which was somewhat of a flat fee per field, which more accurately reflects the actual usage. That's preferred over the other approach because when you charge per player and then we end up with twice as many players than we expected on one field, you're actually paying more and getting less, right? Because, we think 35 players on one field is optimal, but we have to cram 70 in there, so we're actually paying for 70 players, but they're getting less field space per player. So that was our logic behind that. So, if you were instead just charged for the one field, the fact that you're having to put more players on there, it's unfortunate, but you're not getting paid. You're not paying more for it too. So,
Is there kind of consensus on whether municipality? I mean, clearly you've looked at what other people charge, kind of their structure. What other municipalities do? Boom, and that's whether you swim, whether you. On the ball or the sport, $20.
I personally, I like the fixed fee idea myself as well. I think if you, for us, there's different rates for different programs. So, for example, kid pitch is more expensive than coach pitch because we have the youth umpires in coach pitch. We have adult umpires in kid pitch that are pretty expensive. So right now we charge them different rates, but we also pay a different fee. But from a facility usage perspective, they're identical. So those programs would actually pay in more. The other thing is I think we should be encouraged to fill the space that's there. So like in the fall, right, we have less kids than we do in the spring. Well, in the spring, you don't get as good of experience as you do in the fall. In the fall, you get more field time. I did a Facebook post the other day. I said 5 reasons why fall baseball is great. More games, more field time, right? So that's an encouragement for the players that play in that season that they know, hey, I'm going to get a little bit of field time in the spring, but if I play in the fall, I get a lot of field time. So we don't use any less of the field space. We use the same amount of field space with less players, but they get a better experience. So that's why I lean more toward the fixed fee, saying, hey, how much is a field worth? And then apply a fee to that field, and then we pay that fee. I'm fine with, the 15%, we're fine with paying that too. It's not like there's an issue with paying it, but if you're talking about how do we figure out what's fair, also in the competing program, baseball is in a little bit of a unique situation, I think, relative to other programs, meaning that, anybody can go out and start a baseball team, right? And and we see that a lot where people will selfishly undermine what's good for other families or for the community in their own self-interest. And the problem for that, for a community-based program, obviously, is that you need to have good numbers and retention, and you want to have a competitive league. So the more you encourage that behavior, the more you undermine a recreation program, because more and more people are going to spin out and say, well, I'll just go start my own team and I'll rent the field on Sunday when it's available, or whatever the case is. So you kind of want to discourage that and say, here's the provider, these are the facilities, this is the best place this is the community-based Milton provider for baseball if you want to play organized baseball. And that kind of limits some of that behavior, because like I said, it's not that it's, hey, every kid needs to stay here and play baseball. It's that what happens is guys start to undermine the actual, reality of being able to have a recreation program. And, it's one of those things where you got to run it to understand it. I don't know if lacrosse has like this travel thing like baseball does. I'm guessing probably it's a little maybe less crazy. I don't know if it is as crazy, but for those that don't know, so baseball, you get a lot of that. So it's just something we've got to be cognizant of, and guys that have been through it sort of understand the complexity of how that, how it works. So that's why I heard the kind of the competing program thing, and everybody knows where I stand on that. That's in the room from there is if it's a competing program, I don't think they should be able to rent the field. Whatever the fees are is whatever the fees are, and we got to adjust to that. You guys tell us what you need us to do if it's a fixed fee. I think the hourly rate fee is a little more complicated. I can see advantages and disadvantages to that, but I think I like having the fixed fee and say, okay, here's what you're going to pay. If you're 5U, you're paying $50 a kid, or whatever the rate is, or $25, $30 a kid. You're 12U, you're paying the exact same $30. You're going to use the exact same field. I don't know if you could argue maybe field 3 is bigger, so it requires more maintenance, so maybe there's a higher fee if you're 12 to 15 years old because you play on a bigger field. It's got more grass or whatever. So I don't know if that's the thought process going into saying, well, here's the field, here's what it costs to maintain. The other thing I see is like potentially turf is cheaper to maintain, right, than grass. I'm guessing. You guys can tell me that. So it's not like baseball elected to say, hey, let's put in all grass fields. We could have said, well, let's put in all turf fields. Then it would be cheaper to maintain the fields. So I don't know if that's part of the thought process either. If you just look at how much it costs to maintain a field or how much the field's actual cost is, then baseball's fields could be more expensive to maintain.
You'd have to do it.
I think that's optimal. Yeah. Sure.
So we are the swim team, and this was our very first year. Because of that, I don't know a lot about a lot of your programs. But for our perspective, we already have competing teams locally. We have White Columns, we have Harrington Falls, we have the city of Alpharetta, which is a competing team for us. And so when we set our fees, we had to look at what everybody else was charging and kind of back into the fees. Our fees are probably one of the lowest in the rooms. Anyway, and we do have to pair coaches. I don't know if y'all operate on a complete volunteer program or if you have paid coaches, but our primary funding for the paid coaches is the registration fee. So when we're talking about flat fees, we're okay with that, but we have one of the smallest teams with a very large budget. So just a different perspective. They have their own pool.
I prefer a fixed fee per swimmer. Summer Swim League is very different than all of your sports because it's kind of come as you can. It's vacation, but hey, stay in shape. You can play other sports and still do it. It's good family time. It's good to keep kids in shape and on a schedule. And for us, you never know day to day who's going to come to practice because of that feature. And I think that it's a good sport for kids who maybe don't fit in other sports to even try. But again, to put a price on how much the pool is going to cost per day or how much you're going to rent it is, I think, more difficult than a flat registration fee per swimmer, if that makes sense. That would be my preference.
And so clearly I'm outnumbered. I've been outnumbered before. My whole objective was trying to obtain a self-regulating system where efficiency would be driven by the program provider as opposed to us going out and seeing whether a field is in use or discourage blocking out huge areas of time which a program provider may not necessarily use or conversely just not show up. And we do have that happen. I know in some of your programs, you're thinking, my goodness, I wish I had that kind of time. But in others, they do, and it happens. So what I was hoping to be able to do is try to discourage that behavior and have that self-regulate, which, of course, would be a function of time. You would, if you're going to secure a square field for 4 hours, 5 days a week for practice, midweek, and then on the weekends, obviously time would have to be a function to encourage that kind of efficient use. Jim and I talked. I understand that could be a behemoth to try to manage, and I understand that the cost benefit might not even be there if we actually started to try to determine how we're going to manage something like this. But I understand that's what at the core of my thought process was. And if we could achieve that objective in some other manner, great to be there. Obviously, what you're talking about with the flat fee is keeping it fairly simple, and it'll get this. Most of the job will get done. But I'm hoping to be able to incorporate something that would encourage that kind of responsible use of the space.
So I've got an idea for that. So to one of these problems. So sometimes our travel teams will have practice and then cancel practice in either, using one example, where I don't know, right? So it's not canceled off the schedule. Or they're in a tournament on Sunday and they don't let anybody know, and that's not against you travel coaches, but this does happen. So what I just thought about when you said that is, what I think would be ideal is if we see that scenario, that we go back to the provider and we have a penalty. So that you come back to me and you say, hey, you had 2 hours blocked, that's a $50 penalty, that you didn't use it. And then I have to go back to the travel team and say, you had 2 hours blocked, it's a $50 penalty. So the rolling downhill scenario, they're going to pay the $50 because they didn't use the field, which they're not going to be happy about. So then the next time, because I can only tell them so many times, which I do, cancel your practices, edit. If you're using it till 9, edit it, use it till 9. So I can't make them do it, and I don't know all their schedules. So travel teams are the ones, the advanced teams are the ones that would run in this scenario because the rec, obviously, we're controlling the schedules. So that would be my idea. I don't know if that helps the other guys, but if we incorporated a penalty that's done by the city, and you say, here's a penalty for you if we see you not using it, and then I can run that penalty back down, because we briefly had kind of talked about this before. I think that would really help me, because then I can push the penalty on, and then I think we would see that behavior stop almost immediately. It would probably take each team one time, and I don't think we would ever have that happen again. I think it's the same thing with what we see now, where people are seeing that it's unused. That's the only way that we could really monitor it, where either Jim or Steve or somebody or Tom or even I'm out there, right? I'll do the same thing because it frustrates me. Because it's practice. We could use it for something else. So, where one of us is out there and sees that it's unused, which is the thing that we see today, then we go back to the travel coach and we say, hey, listen, you had 2 hours blocked. You weren't out there. It's a penalty. That's the rule. That's the contract. And that's what we're going to pay. And, now I can go back and say something like, hey, we can't do that. That's not, I can say all the right things, but there's no actual penalty. So there's no monetary penalty, which is ultimately what's going to drive the behavior that we want. And it's the behavior we all want. I want the same thing. Because whether it's on a Sunday or it's on a weeknight, odds are somebody else would have preferred to fill that space, because likely it's a preferred space. Even if 7:30 to 9:30 is probably a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, which means somebody else would have liked to be in that space if they could be. So that's...
So now that just opens that field away, just because the way the schedule opens up and would allow it for lacrosse. And then if by chance, the same idea of the penalty, you didn't put it into this schedule that was viewable, then you would be responsible for a penalty, right, of some sort. And the same on the lacrosse, right? If there's, a block of time that the field opens up, you're just responsible for saying it's open and allowing, somebody else that might be there. But I think the issue would be is how is there a portal of some sort that the city could say easily for you to say, hey, well, once you get your schedule, you'd have to put it in, right? As a provider, that would be you loading that city, right? The most transparent, right?
But so I know it from doing it. You're in a tournament on Saturday. You're hoping you're going to play on Sunday morning and make it Sunday afternoon, and you might be that coach that says, if I get knocked out Saturday night, I'm practicing Sunday afternoon. We're going to go drive these kids and have a baseball practice. So that decision isn't known until 10 o'clock on Saturday night. So one of the issues around any of these incentives or disincentives is going to be kind of timing, a big timing piece of how much time is needed for notification, because there's some things that are practical and not practical. Or the program changes its philosophy, which is you'll never have a Sunday penalty practice when you get knocked out, because you will have to told the league early, I'm not going to use Sunday afternoon. So there's some things that we can kick around. I see it, lacrosse and football, more of if football decides they don't need schedules away, they need to pick up the phone and call lacrosse and say, hey, we got an opening. And how that happens in a schedule on a weekend, because these are the times we're talking about when volunteers are not sitting at a computer managing a schedule, but there's an opening. Somehow the communication has to get created between the scheduling of the rectangles to say, hey, there's a 3-hour time slot that you could have that's that didn't look like it was there when the week began. facility's a little more expensive than some outdoor fields of grass and dirt, but so I can understand the motivation to fill it. I like Juan's idea because I said it when I was there. Maybe a walk before you run is a penalty to slap people at the beginning to kind of make sure that at least there's an accurate reporting of the field use, and then we can explore. That.
It just changes, everybody's.
Yep. Yep. To communicate it.
It'd go the same way.
So I think the takeaway to kind of close this piece is another really good discussion from all of you. A desire by the city to change the way we're doing it, to make it more efficient. I think it starts with more communication in between our organizations as program leaders. So we're telling each other where the openings are. Then it's going to require each of you as program leaders to get your coaches to be communicating with you how they're fulfilling the schedule you gave them. Then we can discuss, staff, Jim and Steve and Tom can figure out, what's the right platform to put it on? How's the communication move so everybody can see it? Where's the layers of visibility administration? But it begins with all of you as providers to the city, communicating well with Jim and how we're using the fields, and then going the other way back internally to your organizations, making sure coaches are aware that changes are coming, and it's going to be incumbent upon them to be communicating with you as leaders or whoever your schedule person is, so that we understand there's two-way flow to this information. That's sort of my... I think if it was me, and I know we kind of threw this out getting ready for the meeting, I think we need to go through a couple scenarios internally with what your existing money's coming in currently, what would it look like field-based, and how would that work into an agreement? What would it look like on a per participant basis? And we go through a couple of those scenarios before we take a recommendation, and we can bring it back to you and share it with you, what it looked like. Here's what you all paid. The goal isn't to make your participants pay any more, but it would look like different scenarios, what it might look like originally is 15% than in new ones. Mm-hmm. Underwater basket weaving. Right. So trying to transition from not breaking the city to breaking the city, let's talk for just a little bit about the Memorandum of Understanding, our third and last item on today's agenda. Everybody should be familiar with this agreement, right? Anybody not familiar with this agreement? Let's go that way. Working issues of it? Yeah. You want me to click the slides while you...
I could do that. Okay, everybody hear me? Your attention to these the monitors here. This is a presentation I gave to the City Council in May of this year, which prompted the Council to task the Parks and Rec Board to make recommendations about the Memorandum of Understanding with the City of Alpharetta. Little quick history. Prior to the formation of the City of Milton, Alpharetta was not allowed to charge an out-of-city fee. This started when City of Alpharetta purchased Wills Park in the mid-90s. Part of the sale, the agreement of the sale, was that people in the unincorporated areas of Fulton County would not could not be charged an out-of-city fee. Fulton County didn't want to hurt those people who didn't live directly in the City of Alpharetta. Well, the day that the City of Milton became incorporated, December 1st, 2006, Alpharetta then said, okay, everyone up in the new City of Milton, you're now an incorporated city, so we are relieved of the requirement that we do not charge an out-of-city fee to you. So now your out-of-city fees are 75%. And the MOU was meant to solve two things. It took away those out-of-city fees from the residents, the participants paying for them, and it opened up all of Alpharetta's facilities to Milton residents, and vice versa. We entered into that agreement in fall of 2012. It rolls over every year, and there's a review of the payments made. The cities, everybody, as I said, you can provide, you can go to Alpharetta, and Milton can come to Alpharetta, and vice versa. All right? So here's how we settled it out, and this is a sample calculation. In a City of Alpharetta resident who comes to Milton on a program that's $100, we have a 50% out-of-city fee. So there's $50 that is not yet collected, is not charged to the individual. When Milton goes to Alpharetta, because there's 75%, that'd be a $75 fee. And then what we do is we calculate, because we're tracking registration. You know how, guys, I'm asking you all the time, I've got to have your database of where everybody lives, right? This is why. This is the purpose of that. Because we now have to calculate how much fees from Alpharetta participants in our programs did we not collect? And Alpharetta does the same. The Alpharetta number every year has been bigger than our number. So we subtract our number from Alpharetta's number and come up with a net difference. Then there's something called the capital investment multiplier. 50% of that net difference is added on, and that's a payment that recognizes the capital investment that Alpharetta has already made in all their facilities. Then on top of that, there's a flat fee for the Adult Activity Center usage. The Adult Activity Center is at North Park. It's for very active seniors. And the day trip program is calculated normally, but all the Golden Age Club and the other activities they do there, it's just a flat fee. So here we're talking about the utilization. And what you're seeing, let me get up a little closer. The blue shows Alpharetta residents coming into Milton programming. The red is Milton residents in Alpharetta programming, and then the green shows with the senior activities. Now, the difference between the difference between red and the green is covered by the flat fee. We're being charged individually on all the stuff in the red. But that's why we do a flat fee on the senior citizens. And this is just another example of it. In 2012 and 13, the flat fee was $40,000. And then we moved up to $55,000. But this is what we're spending. The difference between the blue and the red is that 50% multiplier. The first year was $325,000. Then you see it jumps up in 2015. Anyone want to guess why it jumped up 2015? We were rebuilding Bell Memorial Park. Very good. Very good. Remind me, you've won a prize, Beth. I don't know what it is, but we'll figure it out. And then this past year, for 2017, it leapt over almost $100,000, which left us asking the question, why? So we took a look at the geographic distribution of people who are using the MOU. And obviously, in the more densely populated sections of our city, we have higher usage, but it's pretty broad-based across the whole city. So we took a look at the categories of usage. All right? And so we showed the non-resident fee versus the number of participants. The big jump, youth athletics had always been big, but this instructional programming jumped out to us. These are the categories and how they're being used. And so then we compared the top drivers of that change. The biggest drivers of the change: year-round gymnastics, year-round team gymnastics, dance, art youth classes, daycare, other youth instructional camps, karate, NAFL flag football, year-round instructional sports, and baseball. But without question, the top three: gymnastics, and dance. What is the financial impact? The number of fees, and I say waived, and you know what, that's really the wrong word, because in the end, the city pays these out-of-city fees out of the taxpayer dollars. So when I say waived, what I'm really saying is these are the non-resident fees that the individual participants didn't pay. And again, gymnastics, and dance. Look at the big numbers. Jumped from $10,000 to $35,000 in one year. So then I did an analysis of some of the competitive programming. There's 4 programs. This was done for 2017 analysis. We now have tennis, we now have swim pool, but those are 2018 programs, and I don't have them here. There's all 2017 data. There's 4 programs where we compete directly with the MOU. Boys lacrosse. Between Milton residents in the Milton program and Alfred residents in the Milton program, it's over 500 kids in boys lacrosse. We're killing it in lacrosse. Basketball. These charts represent all the registrations between Alfred and Milton for participation in a sport. And so you can see Alpharetta residents, 46%. Milton residents in the program, another 26%. So we've got 72% all going to Alpharetta for basketball. Football. 40% of Milton residents are in NAFL, and Alpharetta, only 28% of the people in the NAFL program are from Alpharetta. Baseball. Again, there's 32% is Wills Park baseball. Milton residents in Alpharetta, another 16%. That's almost 48%. Milton residents in Milton programs, 32%. And then you see the additional numbers from other municipalities. So this is how the FY 2017 MOU calculated out. $297,000 minus $2,600 and $650. Came that net difference, then the multiplier, and then the final fee and the check we wrote to Alpharetta, $461,660.50. Okay? So, with that, The core problem is this. The MOU has grown dramatically in cost, when frankly, we thought, when we set it up, that it would be going down as we built more facilities. But what's happening is now Alpharetta has a whole plethora of programming that we don't offer, and the citizens are taking advantage of it. It's a benefit, and they're using it. The council, Steve, if I've said this correctly, they were greatly alarmed by the $461,000, and I'll tell you that the bill for FY 2018 is going to be coming up soon because it basically runs fall to summer. So that bill is already due. And I've already told Mr. Prokoff that we should be prepared for a bill of somewhere around $475,000. The question is, what do we want to do? What do we want to be? We are actually incentivizing people in Milton to go into another city and use their programs. And then we also have opened up many, many more programs. And so the task for the Parks and Rec Board, and we want to hear your thoughts as stakeholders in Parks and Rec here in the city of Milton. What are your thoughts on this MOU? Is this a good thing, bad thing? Should we change, continue?
Great job, Jim. I appreciate that. What the council has really asked the board to do is try to determine what do we want to be as a city as it pertains to Parks and Rec. If our objective is to have the same level and diversity of offerings as a city like Alpharetta, then we have to start making certain plans, which isn't going to happen. I'm just going to be blunt about that. We don't have the money to do it. But if we're looking to expand our offerings, then what should we be doing? If we're going to start offering program X that we don't currently offer, and let's say for argument's sake it's in high demand, and I'm purposely not talking about specific programs, and I'm not going to. If that's in high demand by Milton residents, should we be looking at creating that offering here in the city of Milton? That's one that's one way. It's for all you guys have jobs outside here. If we want to start going and eating up market share, we know what to do. Some of you do it every day, so we could start looking at ways to create those offerings here. Conversely, maybe we determine, the city of Milton never intended to give a course on basket weaving. We are not going to reimburse our residents if they choose to take basket weaving. But that's really where the council they're hoping to get some direction on really what do we want to be as a Parks and Rec provider as a city, and that's a huge issue to tackle. I'm sure none of you would say, yeah, we love spending the money. With 2 years of that, I could have had a lit square field for you, turfed, or grass. But these are those, the opportunity cost of creating that opportunity now, we lose out later. So it's that kind. I just want to make sure I properly frame this as we go forward. So I appreciate it. I'm sorry for jumping in.
So I remember previously when we discussed this topic, and it seemed like there was a consensus that if there was a program that we offered, then we would try to discontinue this MOU with within that program, baseball, lacrosse, whatever it is, to encourage growth in our own programs. I think there's a couple things that could be said for that. One is it could be pushed into a capital budget, right, to say, okay, here's all this money, all these additional fees that aren't coming in, so people come in here. I would rather, like we're talking about these fees system, where we say, okay, we're going to discontinue the MOU, but now there's a 25% capital improvement fee, or I'm just making numbers up, but something where you say, okay, Hopewell, now we're going to get a lot of influx from this because we would, right? People are going to say, well, I don't want to pay the 75%. I don't know if is there a cap on that, or is it a 75% no matter what? 75% for Alpharetta? Like, is there a top? 50 cents. So the $112.50 is going to encourage people to come use Milton programs, right? Which would funnel more money into the Milton programs, which would then help us with growth. And not only that program, like baseball or lacrosse or whatever, but also in gymnastics or something else, because we'd get more money coming in. I don't know how you factor that. I don't know. I haven't seen your budget, so I know we're talking about the fees. I don't know what percentage of that fee goes to, say, pay for field maintenance, or do we try to funnel any of that into some other? I know we're not covering the total cost, but is there any way to split that out to say, okay, now we're going to take a percentage, or you're going to pay an additional percentage that goes into some straight capital improvement fee, even though it doesn't cover? Does that make sense? So that we're starting to build a fee, and we look at all these dollars. Those dollars, I think, could add up pretty quick. If we had enough people coming into the programs and you said, okay, you're going to experience growth. We want to get you additional field space. The way to get you additional field space is we need money. So here's what it's going to take. And then I'm sure all of us would go back to our families and everybody else, say, okay, we got to figure out a way to make this happen. Here's what we expect to get growth-wise and everything else. So let's try to get additional dollars to go toward getting more space. Jim, I need 2 more fields. Yeah, if we find the space, right? We grow the program, we find the space. That encourages us to be more motivated to provide for the city of Milton citizens. And if they still want to go to Alpharetta, they can, but it shouldn't come out of our budget, right? That's money that's coming out of the Parks and Rec budget here when a program's already offered here. That money would be better service going to some kind of capital fund or something like that if they want to go. If you choose to go to Alpharetta and pay the $112.50, that's fine. But we're not going to pay the $112.50 for you. We'll take that $112.50 and we'll put it in a capital thing where we're going to build another field, or construct another park, or come up with a gymnastic program or something like that. So instead of just us, we're essentially, that's your decision to do that. You should pay the fee to do that, and then we should figure out on the backside as a city how we can offer that program in the future, using whatever dollars that if we don't offer that program.
I think, like, if you start out saying, well, if we build it, they will come, but you already have the numbers that they're already here. Same with tennis. Milton and Alpharetta has the most registered tennis players in the state of Georgia. I have more teams for a 4-court facility than anywhere in the whole state of Georgia. So the numbers are there, but whether you say, okay, we're going to invest all this money in the fields and courts and bigger pool and all that, you're not guaranteed that they'll be there, because it takes time to get people to switch from Alpharetta to come to Milton, or to not play at White Columns and come to Milton Tennis Center, or same with the football and different areas. I just feel like it's the city plan of knowing that the fish are there. There's the baseball numbers there, the tennis numbers, there's swimmers there. It's what we wanted. It goes back to the poll that we sent out. When was that? Last, I don't know what it was for the, I got in mail. What sports, what I'm talking about? It might have to be revised and sent again to say, like, would you commit to a Milton program even though you're already Alpharetta, or what would you do if we did have 2 more fields or 1 more football field, whatever it is, No, that could be problematic to get that information out there. But I feel like the residents, a lot's changed in the last election with the numbers and what possibilities are out there. Sorry.
I was just going to say, we closed down Bell Memorial Park in 2015, like you said. And that was one thing we were concerned about. And unfortunately, we have left for travel ball, but because my son was at that age. But I wondered how many people would go down to Alpharetta and stay because, they have the field space. They're having more practices per week. There isn't a lot of scheduling. So I'm wondering how many of those 300 who went down there and left baseball are just down there because, you know what, they were 10U, 12U, and they're not one of the young ones rising up, in the community. And I also feel like I've been in the city. We moved here in 2005, where there was no city. So when the city was created, there was no parks and recs. There was no lacrosse. There was no football. We had, Bell was about it. So we needed Alpharetta if you wanted any kind of parks and recreations. And so I think at one time, I think that it was good to have this. Now I think that we have enough programming that I have a feeling young families are like, oh, we'll try gymnastics. It's not that expensive. We'll just go down to Alpharetta because they're paying that resident fee. And not that we want people to try things, but for the city to fund it, I don't know that that's what we need to do now that we do have, a good Parks and Recs department with, all of our programs available. And I don't think that a Parks and Recs department has to offer everything that another one does. We're a unique community where it seems like we, push a lot of athletics on girls and boys. And not that, gymnastics is an amazing thing, but do we want to build a gymnasium? Probably not. Maybe one day. But I think we do offer enough that I don't know that it's worth the money to continue that program.
And I'll use basketball as a good example for this because I know a lot of baseball players play in Alpharetta's basketball program. And I'll mention to them, be like, Milton has a basketball program now because we played in the Milton basketball program one year. And they're like, yeah, but we're at Alpharetta. So there's no incentive right now for them to come play at Milton's basketball. Milton's basketball program didn't exist when they first went to Alpharetta. In this case, Bell was closed with Hopewell, et cetera. So there's no incentive for those basketball players to come play Milton's program because they're at Alpharetta. They pay the same fee or whatever fee they pay there, and that's fine. Where we're subsidizing that, the city's subsidizing that fee when we have our own program that they could pay a Milton resident fee for. So that's the thing that and I know a lot of baseball players, that's why that's a good example for me, that are still in the Alpharetta program just because that's where they started, and they've never even tried the Milton program. So they don't even know if they would like it better, if it's more suitable for their needs, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a good point that I would make for all of our programs is, we're always going to run into that until we have a system where we don't subsidize extra costs for programs that we already have.
About where certain people live in the city.
So I work a lot with the city of Johns Creek, and they've got the reciprocal agreements in certain sports, softball, baseball, and lacrosse, with the city of Alpharetta, where there's no non-resident fees, and they're trying to work it out to other sports like soccer as well. And it's kind of the Parks Without Borders plan. Do you think that Alpharetta would be interested in hosting those kind of discussions about the similar agreement, taking away the multiplier and the subsidies? I mean, they've got a great deal if you look at it strictly from their perspective, so I don't. Well, if you look the boys lacrosse or lacrosse in general, I mean, the city of Milton blows city of Alpharetta away when it comes to lacrosse and their offerings and stuff like that. And there's a lot of city of Alpharetta kids who come over here to play lacrosse because it's so much better than the city of Alpharetta. I don't know if and a lot of Alpharetta kids go to Johns Creek for the same reason, because the city of Alpharetta's lacrosse program is next to nothing.
From a financials perspective, how much was that Bell Park? Like $10 million? 10. So $10 million, and then we're giving Alpharetta $112 a kid. It would take 90,000 registrations at Bell Park to justify that. Now, obviously, not going to do it in a year, but divided by 20, take 4,000 registrations to break even. We're stealing money from Alpharetta on a financial perspective. It's expensive. You know, we want to pay $20 for our kids. We love that. But it's costing the city to build that field $4,000 or $8,000 a kid. So, I mean, what do you want to do? I mean, we can build all the fields here, but we're going to spend a lot more than $112 a kid. What are those numbers? I mean, you can't really do an evaluation unless you know those numbers and plan it out. You know, it's $400,000. I'm like, wow, I'd love to have $400,000 every year, but you know, what's the alternative cost? And
programs that we offer, I don't see why we.
Yeah, right. And on time, yeah.